Hi, hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream. It says that there are ads running right now, which is weird because it said there were ads running like a few minutes ago. So, that's fine. We just won't do anything exciting. We'll just, we'll just sit here for a sec. No ads here. All the ads. Both of you who said that are subscribed, so I don't trust either of you, actually. I don't trust either of you to tell me if there are ads or not, because you're subscribed, you goofballs. Ridiculous. Oh, right, I forgot. I had one ad when I came in like 10 minutes ago, but no more. Okay, nice. It might just be loying to me then. Are we loying? Maybe. Good morning, everybody. Or afternoon, or, whatever. I hope you're all doing good. Having a nice time. People were saying this is a drama stream. Does my thingy still say drama? It says yum yum drama on the go live notification. That's true. The reason it says yum yum drama was because we were finishing Oxenfree yesterday, and I was like, yum drama. There's no drama today, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lead you astray. I didn't mean for it to seem like I was going to be like, guess what, guys? Buckle up. I have all the tea. Yeah, just a little clickbait for a treat. I'm so problematic. No drama means I leave. God. I really need to get my shit together. Which streamer are we having drama with? Ooh, should we create drama with somebody? With who, though? I heard that when Krendor does videos of people's fridges, he actually stages the fridge first. Yeah, I heard that. The fridge doesn't actually look like that. He makes it look like that, and then he films. It's super toxic. I know. I know. You didn't hear this from me. I'm not trying to be a bitch, but how long ago were his fridge videos? I don't know. I doubt he's done one in many years. Yeah, exactly. So if he's staging the fridge before he films it, is it actually non-content then? Or is it real content? He keeps talking about how his whole thing is non-content, but if you're curating the non-content, it becomes content, But you didn't hear this from me. I'm not trying to be a bitch. There, was that good? Okay. Make sure that you stoke this fire with Krendor. And then we can have beef. It'll be good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Clark and I drove 35 minutes to get breakfast this morning. Partly because there was so much construction, but like the breakfast place that we used to go to before we moved, Clark actually loved it. She doesn't normally like going out to eat breakfast food, but she loved this place. It's the place that I used to say I would go into and they knew exactly what I wanted. Yeah, but it was like way closer then. And this morning she was like, "Mommy, you know what we should do is go to the diner." I call it a diner because I'm American. She's like, "We should go to the diner today." I was like, "Oh my God, we should go to the diner today." So we went for a trek. We drove way longer than we needed to get breakfast, and it was great. And we walked in and the owner was like, "Long time no see." And when his wife came in for work, she was like, "Oh my gosh, hello strangers." I was like, I'm glad we came here. It's very cute. Yeah, it was really cute. Long time watcher. Thanks for all that you do. Thank you, Peachy Goat. Happy 10 months. What about the animals? Do they have drama? Frank fully showed his belly to Sherlock. Frank jumped at we have one of those doors that like splits in half like a farm door. Frank just fully jumped into our house and Sherlock was like, "Absolutely not." And they got into a big old fight, like a full-on cat fight. And I was like, "Whoa." And at the end, Frank was like, just laying on the ground like, all right, man, chill. We're fine. We're good." And I was like, "Damn, Sherlock. Old man still got it, dude." He was like, "Get out of my fucking house." Yeah, fully. I yield. Frank did what? I just came in. So Frank and Sherlock have been like... Frank, I don't think, has anything against Sherlock. He's just really curious about the cats in our house, right? But Sherlock fucking hates Frank. And Frank jumped into our house because we had the top half of our farm door open. Frank just jumped into our house and Sherlock beat the shit out of him. And I was like, let them cook because they're cats and they have to there's nothing I can do about it, right? They have to just like go at each other. So in the end, neither of them like broke skin or anything. They just had a little cat fight. And Frank was like, "Nah, dude, it's cool. I'll leave. It's fine. I'm good." I will get in between Sherlock and Watson fighting because they've already established their dynamic and like, what the fuck are they fighting about? Right? Like, it's not, if it's, you know, in this situation where Sherlock has been like mean mugging Frank forever and Frank just jumps into our house, I'm kind of like, okay, you guys obviously need to like sort something out here so that my cat can stop making god awful noises at night. Because that's how cats establish shit, is they kind of bat at each other for a while. But anyways, if Watson and Sherlock are fighting, I know that they're not gonna fight me, right? The second I walk over, they're like, "Just kidding, we weren't fighting. Everything's totally fine." You know? And if I think it's an issue, I separate them. But that's so rare. Imagine thinking you're finally going to make friends with your old man neighbor and he just beats the shit out of you. You know, Frank will just sit outside of the window and just stare at Sherlock while Sherlock is like hissing and growling and making all kinds of noises. Frank just sits there. I'm like, he knows what he's doing. You know? Frank's young. He's like a year. He's only like a year old. But he's huge. He's a Maine Coon. Yeah, he's just got dead, empty eyes, and he just stares at Sherlock like, this is nice. Isn't this nice? It's like, oh my God. It's like that comic. Wait a minute. I have to show you this comic by Dyer from a while ago that is literally, I'm just realizing, is literally Frank and Sherlock. Hold on. Wait a second. No, he's not a street cat. He's my sister-in-law's cat, but he's an outdoor cat, so. Hold on. I have to. It's this. It's this. But Dash is Frank. It's that. Anyway. I hope you all meet up again. This interaction is chef's kiss. Yeah, I would love for us to meet up with Pipe Dreamers again. We'll see. We're stuck in a dungo right now. We're in a dungo situation. And I have no idea how long it's going to go for, but it's fine because I'm really getting the hang of combat now with a paladin. Aside from the fact that I still always forget I have magic. Because I just cast Shield of Faith. And then it's like, well, everything else I can do is also concentration. So I guess I'm not using any of those unless I have a reason to smite. What personality does your paladin have? He's this guy. He's a big, sweet, dumb boy. Yeah, it's just this comic again. Hold on. I'll find you his actual picture. Wait, where is it? Why don't I have it in the right thing? No, he looks kind of... Hold on. I'll show you his original picture. This was his original picture. I'm not going to show you the most recent one because he looks a bit more mean. Not mean, but like serious. But he's just a nice boy. He's this guy. He's just nice. He's just nice. He's just having a good time. Except not. He's having a terrible time. He's having a terrible time because it's D&D. I still need to get around to watching more Deadbeats. I only watched 2 episodes, but I'm already barely keeping up with Last Call for Adventure. It's totally fine. Like, I'm biased, so I think Deadbeats is great. But, yeah, there's, like, how are you supposed to keep up with everything? You just can't. So watch what you want to watch. Don't worry about it. It'll, even if you wind up a year or so from now being like, I think maybe I'll crack on with Deadbeats, it'll still be there, I still haven't watched you play, but every time you say this guy's a paladin, I'm like, but he's wearing street clothes. So, this is like, I think the final like phase of the shit that Brett's been doing. But basically, we are playing a bunch of games that are set in the future of Brett's old games. So it's very magic tech. We have like magic fueled cell phones and shit. It's like present day, but if there was magic. So yeah, everybody's dressed like, hold on. I'm trying to find a picture that sort of like gives off the vibe of what everybody's wearing. I don't think I have everybody's like character pictures. I have this. I love this picture so much. This is Jesse's character. He's like our lead detective. He rolled a nat one while he was using his lockpick set and broke it. Anyways, yeah, we're just the concept that I pitched for Deadbeats that wound up being like sort of the framework for what we did was cops and cons. I was like, it might be interesting to do a game where it's a combination of cops and convicts. And they have to work together for some reason. And so the concept at the start of Deadbeats is 3 cops and 3 convicts trying to catch a serial killer. That's the basic idea of how it begins. And it's me, Summer, Jesse Cox, Snake, Massey, and Joe. That's all of us, right? I think so. Joe Fudge, sorry. Yeah, it's a really good group. It's very fun. Good RP. It's weird having Jesse play one of the more serious characters. He can be a serious character. I kind of had to force him into it. I was like, Jesse, people have not seen you play a character that isn't just a fucking goof in forever. You should be one of our more like serious characters. And he was like, but he's done really well with it. Even his serious character is a bit of a goofball. Jesse naturally is sort of, what's the word that I'm looking for? Contrary. When you play a game with Jesse, it doesn't matter what character he's playing, he will be sort of contrarian for whatever reason. Everybody will be like, we're doing this, and he'll be like, cool, I'm doing something else. Right? Like he's that player. He just likes it. He likes being a squeaky wheel, and I don't know why. Yeah, I don't even try. Whenever people are like, "Oh, have you been watching or listening to this new D&D?" No. No, definitely not. No, definitely not. Um Even if I do sometimes watch like Brett's other campaigns or Last Call or anything like that, it's a one-off. I don't put pressure on myself to keep up with anything because I just can't and I won't. So I'll watch them randomly. I'll watch random episodes of things. Yeah, sometimes you find a thing and you're like, this, I want to stick with this, right? I was really surprised how much I loved Dungeons and Daddies. I didn't think that I thought I was gonna listen to like, because Adventure Zone I listened to like 2 episodes of and was like, yeah, okay, and stopped. Um, and I enjoy the McElroys, right? But, I just listened to a couple and was like, yeah, I'm good. I didn't think I was gonna love Dungeons and Daddies enough to like finish it, to like listen to all of it, but it was such perfect pacing and humor for me. Just the right amount of like irreverence for the rules. They just make shit up sometimes. I love it. It was perfect for me. Dungeons and Daddies. It's an actual play D&D podcast, and the concept is very good. The concept is all of the characters are a different like modern day dad archetype, and they start the campaign in present day and get teleported to the Forgotten Realms. And so they're all dads. They're all dads, but taking that dad archetype and like translating it into a class in D&D. It's great. Yeah, it's an isekai. It is. It's so good. There's like the hippie dad. There's the like sports dad. Um there's the I used to be cool, I used to be a rocker, like I don't care, man. Of course you can smoke weed, that dad. They all like choose like very specific like sorts of like dad archetypes. It's like the only way I can put it. The spice dads. The sports dad is also the stay-at-home dad. Yeah, if that sounds interesting to you, I won't spoil you on like what happens, um, like even at the start. But yeah, I cried listening to that podcast. It's so funny most of the time, and then there were just a few sessions that made me like violently sob, and and Sam would come into the kitchen while I was listening to it and be like, "What are you doing?" I'd be like, "I'm listening to Dungeons and Daddies." It's like I thought that was a funny podcast. I was like, "It is, Sam. It's funny. It is funny, Sam. Go away." Anyway, I'm having fun. I like it. I'm laughing. Go away. Yeah, it's good. Dad Pod at all. It's very much like Dungeons and Daddies and vibes. I haven't. I don't think I've even heard of it. Normally when I talk about Dungeons and Daddies, people wind up suggesting stuff to me, and nothing's really like hit yet for me. Yeah, we're gonna try out Viewfinder. A bunch of you guys suggested it, so yeah, so why not? We were gonna maybe do a sponsored thing, but I think we're gonna do it tomorrow. I still haven't heard back on like somebody who could do Friend Zone with us, but anyhow, we'll do Friend Zone with someone, and then shoot, what's the name of that game? Oh my god. Stray Gods we're gonna do. It's not out yet. This is like a pre-release sponsorship, which is cool. No, I can't like play Stray Gods because the game isn't out yet. So they don't want you playing past Act 1, which is fair. I'm also just not sure in general what we're going to want to play next because I'm going to be in America, so it's a branching storyline game, but it's a musical, which sounds wild. So yeah, I'm excited to play it. I think I've told you guys this pretty much every time Stray Gods has come up, but like at the time that Stray Gods got announced, like right before it was announced, I had gone to Jesse being like, I have an idea for a game that was basically Stray Gods, but I was like, I have an idea for a game that's like a game where depending on the choices that people make in the game, it affects like the kind of music that you create, and like depending on like who's with you at the end of the game, like the final song would be like totally different. It was a very like vague concept, and Jesse was like, how the fuck would we do that? I was like, I don't know, but it's a cool idea, right? And then Stray Gods got announced, and I was like, somebody else also thought that was a cool idea. at least in part. Yeah, I think the pigs are okay. They're healing up. The whole family's been gooed as of a couple of days ago. So, everything on us should be dying too. So that's good. I think everybody is gonna be fine. It was a much thinner cream than I expected. It was basically like putting on like a good sunscreen. So you just have to put it literally everywhere. And then you just let it soak in and do its thing and kill all the bugs. and then you take a nice hot shower and wash everything in your house. No, it didn't smell like anything. Dude, I don't hope that any of you get scabies, but but if you do, just FYI, the cream that you have to put on, it's like not that bad. Doesn't smell like anything. It's not super thick like Sudocrem or anything. It's like putting on a lotion. You just also have to put the lotion like up your butt crack and stuff, and that's not fun. But you just have to put it everywhere. So yeah, as far as parasitic infestations go, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, not too bad. So silly. Scabies is a result of having a mite infestation. Piglets apparently are very, very susceptible to mange, which is a parasite-based skin condition, and the parasites can hop onto humans, and if they hop onto humans, then we get scabies, which is very easy to treat. We just had to coat our entire bodies in cream to kill the bugs. So, yeah. It's really cute. It's really cute over here. We're all adorable, But they should never get it again, the pigs. My house had scabies years ago, and the lotion must be different because it burnt our nuts off. Oh my God. I guess TMI, but as far as I know, nobody on our property that has had to put this stuff on their genitals has had an issue. It's been fine. So it's very educational. I know. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Yeah, we're basically all moved in. There's still plenty of stuff here, but Sam was like, I'll try to get as much of it done while you're in America. And I was like, if you want to wait till I come back. And he was like, it's fine. It's like, you do so much shit all the time. I'll do the house. I was like, okay, I'm not going to argue with you. Sure. Yeah, you do the house. Yeah. I have an idea for our kitchen that I want to do so bad. My mind was operating like vibrating violently yesterday. I was in the kitchen. I have a picture that's painted on wood that my brother got me when I was a teenager, and I've put it in every single kitchen I've ever owned. every place I've ever lived, I've put this picture in the kitchen. On the back of it, it's a brand new day is the name of the picture. And it's like a tree with like a multicolored sunrise happening. And it's beautiful. It's just a beautiful little picture. It's like this big. It's gorgeous. And I was talking with Clark, and I was like, I really want to take a color from this picture and paint the walls. I was like, maybe like the sort of peachy color in there. And she was like, I think we should do all the colors. And I was like, all of them? She was like, yeah, we should just try to make the walls look like the way that it looks in the picture. And I was like, you know what, Clark? That would actually be so sick. That would be sick nasty if we could do that. So I started looking around the room, and I was like, bro, what if we just went like full on with this kitchen and just put color everywhere? And then I realized that on the ceiling they have like one of those, you know how sometimes you have like popcorn ceilings in older houses where there's like this really weird, like what people call popcorn texture on the ceiling. So there's a texture on the ceiling in this kitchen that's just swirlies. It's just like a bunch of like swirls all over the ceiling. And I was like, I don't hate that. And Sam and I have been talking about putting stuff around the house for the cats to climb on. And I was like, oh my God. What if I made some little things for the cats to sit on that looked like clouds? I'm not going to do the thing where you actually put like fabric on it that's supposed to look like a cloud, because that shit's a fire hazard if you're not careful, and I don't know how to do it properly. So not that, but what if I literally just like cut out a thing that looked like a cloud, but it was like a cat thing and put them like up high on the ceiling? I think that would be so cute. So yeah, I don't know. This kitchen might go hard. We'll see. Yeah, because I really want our house to be colorful. It's a farmhouse, so it's kind of hard. You don't want to like destroy the sort of fun, like, you know, farmhouse vibe. But I also don't want it to be boring, you know? I want a colorful house. I thought the video bugged on my end, and then I realized I was looking at the wrong tab. I had paused yesterday's VOD and was listening to the stream. That's really funny. So you were hearing me, but you were looking at a paused VOD. I'm going to America for a visit. I'm going to go see my parents. I'm very excited. And Clark hasn't been to their farm since she was like 1. So she doesn't remember anything about the farm in Oregon. So she's really excited to see that. Sam was like, how long are you going to be gone? I was like, 2 weeks. And he was like, 2 weeks? It's like, yeah. I told you it was going to be 2 weeks. He was like, okay, no, that's fine. One of those situations where I know that he had asked a question and thought he listened to the answer, but like maybe didn't register it, you know? Why did you move from the US? Because my husband is from England. Sam lived in America for 5 years, something like that. And then we had our kid. And Sam had really been missing his family. His family's huge. And Sam really wanted to be closer to his parents. And when we got married, I had said, like, bro, you came all the way out to America to be with me. If, you know, just give me the word. If at some point you're like, I need to be with my family, I need to be in England, just tell me and we'll go. So we had Clark, and she was like a year old, I think. And Sam was like, I want to be with my family. So we moved. Yeah, it was good. And now Clark's got a bunch of cousins that she loves. And so much family out here. But, you know, for a little kid, grass is always greener. She's like, we should move back to America. We should go to America. And I'm like, you would be so upset. If you weren't living near all of your cousins and things anymore, you'd be so upset. Yeah, we've gone to America a few times with her, just not to Oregon. Most of the time when we visit, we're visiting Palm Desert, which is in the desert in California. But look, I've said to her many times, you have dual citizenship. If you get older and you're like, fuck this, man, I'm going to America, do it, dude. You know? Oh my God. We had a whole conversation today about ear piercings. Last time we talked about this, it was really interesting to see like from your guys' perspectives, this whole thing. But Clark was like, why didn't you pierce my ears when I was a baby? Because people do that sometimes, right? And I was like, well, I didn't want to do anything permanent to you when you weren't able to say that that's what you wanted. And babies can't say that that's what they want, you know? Again, not judging when people pierce their baby's ears. Just from my perspective, I was like, if Clark got older and was like, I don't want pierced ears, I'd feel really bad, right? So yeah. So she was like, I really want pierced ears. I was like, okay, we can keep talking about that if you want. So we were talking about like the different way. I told her that I got my these holes done with like the fucking like Claire's gun. And I was like, we wouldn't do that. They can do it with like a big needle and it's way better. And that's how I did this one. And she was like, you know, I think those sorts of things might scare me now. And I was like, yeah, that's one of the benefits to doing it when someone's a baby, is that they don't know to be scared of it, you know? But I was like, yeah, it can be a little scary. When you do it, the needle, it doesn't really hurt that much. It's really quick, but yeah, it could be scary. And she was like, maybe I'll wait a little bit. I was like, yeah, that's fine. Like, you can wait as long as you want, kiddo. Just like, you know, we can just talk about it when you want to do it. She was like, maybe when I'm 10, we should talk about this again. I was like, okay. Yeah, it's so fun. Sometimes she'll be like, I don't think that I should do this until I'm 17. She'll just like pick a number. She'll be like, when I'm 17, I would like to have a Nintendo Switch. And I'm like, you can, we can talk about getting you a Switch before you're 17, honey. And she's like, 14? She has like a very strange, like, you know, she's little. So her way of like thinking through what is age appropriate, you know, it's just very funny. I was like, well, mommy has a Switch, daddy has a Switch. If you want to play around on ours and see if you even like it or how it feels to hold it, you can do that. There's, you know. I've heard if you want to get kids' ears pierced, take them to a tattoo parlor that has piercings. Well, yeah, they just... This one was night and day compared to these. I would never... I will only ever go to, like, either places that are exclusively piercing places or places that are also tattoo parlors. The healing process with this one was way better. Just everything was better with this one, so. Okay, shall we try out Viewfinder? Are there any warnings for this game? Really? I think it's just like an atmospheric puzzle game, right? Here you have to keep the ring in so the hole doesn't close. With just piercings in general, yeah. Your body will constantly try to heal a piercing. The longer that you have it, the harder it will be for your body to close it up, you know? But even like people that gauge their ears really big, it slowly gets smaller. It'll, if the gauge was big enough, it'll never, there will always be like a decent sized hole there. But like, yeah, your body tries really hard to get back to like what it thinks is equilibrium, you know? I have to put earrings in. I have to, because if I leave nothing in these for like a month, they start to close up. My ears hate piercings. They hate them. So if I leave earrings out for too long, when I go to try to put an earring in, it'll hurt because it's like trying to do something. Come on. Why won't it open? It's trying to like reinstall it. Did something go wrong? Okay, I guess we'll just sit here for a minute. The only really risky thing I can think of about Viewfinder is you fall. Oh, you could like fall off the edge of a thing. I see. Yeah. I've talked a lot about getting more piercings in my ears cuz I really want to. The biggest thing getting in the way for me is mentally knowing that it's going to take forever for them to heal up because my skin's so sensitive. So I keep putting it off because I'm like, God, I'm like buckling myself up for months of aftercare on these shits. This one took about a year to really like be normal. but the ones that are like in the upper cartilage stuff, they always take longer to heal. You know what I saw though? Speaking of old gauged ears, if you had like a big gauge and you let it close up so that it's a lot smaller now, the way that someone took like 3 or 4 little hoops and put them in the hole, and it looked very cute. If you're the sort of person where cute would be what you're going for, it was a really good option for what to do if you didn't still want like plugs in, you know? Would Dash have gauged ears? I don't think so. I don't think he would do that. His ears are pierced, but I don't think he would gauge them. I'd love an upper piercing, but I can't hack a year of healing. Again, it depends on like your skin. And I'm sure there's stuff you can look up on how to like really help the healing process. But yeah, this took a long time to like chill out, you know? I've thought about getting a nose piercing before, and I don't know if I have the strength. just because like I mess with my nose all the time. And if you're touching your nose a lot, it feels like you're just getting it infected all the time, aren't you? It might be okay if it's like one of those tiny ones that's like here, like what Kristen has. All right, are you done? Did you do the thing? What is happening here? Okay, still doing something. Oh my god, yeah. I guess to keep details low on this, but there was a girl that I went to in high to bleh! There was a girl I went to high school with. I think maybe a lot of us in small towns went to high school with somebody who tattooed themselves in one sketchy way or another. I had quite a few people I went to high school with who all tattooed themselves. But there was a girl that I went to high school with who would just like pierce random areas on her body and come to school and be like, yeah, I did this myself. I like did it in my bedroom or whatever. And I was always like, oh my God. Oh my God. I really hope that doesn't get infected. It stressed me out so much. I have two nose piercings and a septum. It's honestly not the worst for healing. Like, yeah, it's best if you don't touch them, but as long as you keep it clean, it's fine. Okay. I feel like I need to keep like the washing solution like next to me all the time. So if I'm messing with it, I can be like, clean it, clean it, clean it, clean it. You know? Yeah, I don't care what high schooler you are. I don't trust high schoolers to be sterile about anything. You know? A tattoo? No. Piercings? No. I would not, you could not pay me. You could not pay me. That noise was my computer, by the way. Are we good now? Will you open? It opened. Fantastic. It worked that time. Merp. Meep. Morp. Viewfinder. My nose ring was fine healing, but my helix piercings are being way more annoying at the moment. How weird. I've never played this. No, it's my first time. Photosensitivity mode. What does this do? Subtitles include speaker names. Yeah. Oh, to disable flashes? Yes, ma'am. Subtitles are on. Crosshair stuff. Controls. Graphics. Sure. We'll see how that goes. New game. And if it's weird, then we'll adjust.
Great. We're in. Time to explore.
We're in. Time to explore. I'll lift myself up a little bit because I wasn't covering stuff. Okay. Okay, this looks fine so far. Hopefully it looks fine on your end. Sit. Okay. There's a tiny bit of motion blur, but not a ton. Time to explore. Sits. Afraid the butter flavor is a work in progress. We're coding pillows to watch the footage. There's no time like the present. You can build anything, yet you start to build a lab.
To think all the wonders of the world can be dabbled with as long as you build the right space. Whether Hiraya wants to admit it or not, Mirren is truly brilliant. Now, how do I get out of here?
What is this place? I've never seen this much of it before. Whoa, you okay? Your vitals look good. I guess we know now that falling doesn't hurt. That's some good news at least.
Hold R to rewind.
There must be a way to get back up there. Oh, yo, what? That's sick!
So, is someone talking to me like on a recorder?
What's an old photograph doing here?
Hold to aim.
Hang on,
Whoa.
did you just shift reality? A teleporter! Glad you made it in one piece. It's almost working. Looks like we need one more.
Nako, you know I cannot stand these types of activities.
Hiraya, my love, please, hold still.
What do I even do with my hands?
Just relax them and try to smile.
A portrait in a digital landscape. Tell me, is this technically traditional or digital?
Enough questions. Stop moving. Smile.
Rotate.
Well done!
This is cool.
This place definitely feels different than what we've seen so far. It looks like someone really settled here. It's really nice. I wish I could be in there with you. Okay, what's next? It must be a security measure. A structured path we have to follow. Well, let's find the next working one. This must be the next stage. Let's...
Oops. Sorry, Jesse. I didn't mean to cut you off. Picture.
Follow the gray brick road. Maybe there's a surface you can use to climb up there.
I find it interesting that there's so much painting stuff around, but this game is about photographs. At least so far, it's photographs. That was a mistake. I cut out the wrong bit. Can I pick it back up? Nope. Oh my god. Can I reset? Excuse me. That's right, I can rewind. If you double tap, you go back to the last event. Oh, sick. Okay.
That's very helpful, thank you.
Mirren prefers cooler tones. Find a better gradient.
that's unusual. So the photo is acting a bit weird. It's difficult to... Can you hear me?
Oh my god.
Welcome back. A little too soon for my liking, but happy to have you. Seems like the simulation had some difficulty maintaining itself. We might need to reroute our power sources to keep it running. Bummer, but that's what we get for messing with old tech. Don't worry, love. We'll get it sorted, and then it's off to the races with you.
That felt very, what am I thinking of? Portal.
Who knew it'd be this tricky to get ancient tech back in working order? Just look at all this junk lying around. Don't be cruel, Jesse. These people were trailblazers. We could find a real tree of life in there. Or is it more accurate to call it a lightning rod? Well, either way, one thing's clear. The weather disruptor really might be the game changer we need. Who knew it'd be this tricky to get ancient tech back in working order?
She was just like
Just
talking.
look at all this junk lying around. Don't be cruel, Jesse. These people were trailblazers. We could find a real tree of life in there. Or is it more accurate to call it a lightning rod? Well, either way, one thing's clear. The weather disruptor really might be the game changer we need.
There we go.
Nice work. Looks like we're back online. Ready when you are.
Can I take the camera? Okay. Turn it off and on again.
Just as stunning as I remember it. Let's get our bearings and find where we left off.
We were doing this. The teleporter was destroyed. You broke the only teleporter. That's pretty funny. Okay. Well.
Photos are back to normal too. Excellent. Should be smooth sailing from here.
do that again. It should be fine. Okay. Stop messing with the teleporter. Who's messing with the teleporter? You made it. It's not that difficult. Yikes. Come on, guys. Pick up the drawing. We're getting
Close
there,
your
dude.
eyes.
I don't know if I should. Is this payback for making you mix new soil compositions all day?
Please, Hiraya, have you ever known me to be the vengeful sort?
Okay, see.
Here we go.
Oh, it's marvelous. Ang ganda.
See? I told you.
Ayun, I found it. Now this was a funny one. Not your usual style.
You could say I was stretching my creative muscles.
This is very cool.
Your mind is limitless. This was fun.
Few things make me happier than when you say that here.
Revisit. No. Over here, right? Okay, that one's open now. Oops, sorry. Is that?
it must be. A photocopier. I'll test it out.
Ever since that argument, Hiraya has seemed rather down. I know she means well, but Mirren pushed it too far. There must be something I can do to cheer Hiraya up. Maybe design a new possible flower. Oh, that would be lovely. We can sketch it together over some tea.
Sick. Okay. Hi, Brett. Oh, thank you. I tucked it behind my ears. How are you, buddy? I found a ducky. Water doesn't need to have a smell. I couldn't stop thinking about this while watching Hiraya tend to her plants today. There's an addictive quality to this place that makes up for the inaccuracies that surround us when we come here. Out of thin air, we create beauty that tickles some, but not all of our senses. Strictly speaking, the code we create is a technical marvel. Designing new structures thrills me like nothing else, but the novelty of it all makes it too easy to forget what a real flower smells like, and I don't want to forget. Damn. Oh. Hello, honey. Oh, it's over there.
On second thought, why don't I write this one down?
just realized that it's in the picture. I'm a goofball. Okay, hold on. Okay, so sick.
I wonder what else is in. No, what's that? That looks interesting. Let's check it out.
It's the cat.
I must admit, I'm surprised you made it this far.
You talk.
It's been a while since someone's wandered around this place, and it's good to have you. Shall we continue onward? The train will take us to Haraya's station, a place where science and art meet nature.
Wait, did we do everything here? I guess I must have. Okay. Optional levels. 0 out of 1. Where's my optional level? Hold on, cat. Oh, this? This'll work either. Oh no, it does.
wonder what else
glad
this
that worked.
thing- No, what's that? That looks interesting. Let's check it out.
We already did. Jesse, we've already done this. We already talked to this cat. We're good, honey.
There's plenty of things to do here. Have you finished exploring?
Yes.
The train will take us to Haraya's station, a place where science and art meet nature. Aran was a brilliant designer. All the lovely artistic elements you see are all thanks to his handiwork. Though his colleagues were just as amazing in their own right. Their work was always set to change the world. Or so they said. Often. Oh, I'm Kate, by the way. An artificial record keeper, developed by Mirren to maintain this place. I'll be here to assist you in any way that I can. And I look forward to seeing what wonders you discover.
Woo! Pretty.
Glad to find out that's how they got around. Whoa, is that a tree? This must be the next set.
So we're like exploring through something that got developed a long time ago, I guess. Never take the art of walking into your work for granted. Oh, sick.
Nice one. Huh? That's weird. Sorry, the simulation is really buggy on my end, but... Oh, thank God, you answered. It's me. I don't know how it happened, but somehow I lost direct communication with you. Live comms don't seem to be working where you are. That should be fine, though. We can talk using this method, as long as you pick up. I'll try to leave voicemails if you can't. I've been monitoring your vitals and the system, so I'll keep you posted as you wander along.
Okay.
Good luck in there.
Nephew wants me to go over and watch him play Zelda. I love that. That's so cute. Have fun. All it takes is one seed.
interesting experiments. And I like that they're reliant on creativity. There's a lot of creativity in nature. Unexplainable things that uproot themselves and find purchase. I'll make sure to keep an eye out and see how this experiment might blossom.
Seeing you walk around this place brings back memories.
I'm gonna watch a masterwork. Breathtaking, thought-provoking. It's the cat.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Goodness, a sensible ideas guy tagged along for the meeting. You mean the outrageously handsome guy with the killer dress sense? I take it back. Doing some RGB here. Where's my green at? It's over here. This is really clever. It's so fun. Like, I'm sure it's gonna ramp in complexity, but like, what a chill game. What a nice chill game. Oh, that's it. Locked? Identify, thank you very much for the 3 years. Happy anniversary. I appreciate it. Move to phase 2, planter with the others. More vermiculite for this test batch. Volatile materials for next round of biocare tests. My dreams are too practical, my plans are too dreamlike. Mirren said as much to me the other day when I joked that if the master hard drive goes up in smoke, we'll always have our memories of it. If it doesn't take us along for the ride. Personally, I found my excellent double pun to be funny. She was not amused. It's just as well there's no winning a game of words with her. A long time ago I learned that only results can make a certain type of person pay attention. The biocar experiments are going better than expected. Soon I'll have interesting findings to share. If I can just stabilize my soil variables, the loop I've programmed might have a chance of crossing over into our world. So shit started going bad in the real world, and they ran experiments on how to fix it in VR, basically. That's how it sounds currently. Hi.
I believe their name is Melanie. Some of Araya's more playful work.
Pat. Good job, Melanie. can't move it. I have to use this picture. There's another viewfinder. Oh my god. I was like, this can't be right. And I was correct. It's not right. Oh no.
I've been running these biochar experiments for a few days now. Every time I think I finally achieved the perfect soil composition and nutrition. As soon as I mimic future climate conditions,
Be sure to catch my good side,
my work
alright?
falls apart. It's disheartening, but not enough to slow me down. There must be something I'm missing.
Excellent shot.
Maybe I can talk to Mirren about it.
Aaron's gotta be the next person.
I feel like Long, but I have a solution to this. This mess of my own making. He must know what Mirren has been working on. Squirreled away in her own little corner. Maybe I can find a way to help. That might put us back on good terms.
Mending relationships often felt harder for her eyes than tending to her plants. I wonder why she always put in the effort despite that.
Cute!
That's quite the clever solution.
Thank you.
brought you here? To the simulation? Not that I mind company.
I don't talk.
On the contrary, really. I find you to be quite adventurous. And fun.
Thank you. I am adventurous.
Oh, I remember this. Araya once told me that there's power in nurturing something. I'm uncertain by what she meant, but you seem to have a handle on things.
What? Uh. It's about to start running. No, I couldn't take the Tamagotchi with me. All right, let's take a little break, shall we? Let me get ad starting soon. Chill out. I'm not realizing. Okay, now you should be able to hear it. It is very cool. Yeah. All right, we're gonna run some ads. You guys can play words. And I'll see you in a minute. This is the last one, gang. We got 2 left. Oh! Oh! Well done. Good job, everybody. Schnoice. Hello, welcome back. Wow, wowie, wow, wow, wow. Ugh. Wish I had a hairpin. A little clippy just to do this. I wonder if they're. Hold on. Hold. Hold. I know I just got back, but hold. To hell and back if my kid didn't leave a hair clip in that room. Nice, whatever. Out of my head. Out of my hair. Alright, we're back in. Sure, whatever. Fuck it, let's go. I already did that one. I did the other one. That's the extra.
I was being genuine earlier.
About what? Oh, bye. Oh.
Down the rabbit hole it goes. Brilliant catch. Couldn't have done it better myself.
Thank you. Oop.
Araya did leave in a hurry.
Where did our punk rock princess go?
Hey, you answered. I've been trying to look ahead, but the simulation is a bit of a maze. You're the only one that can navigate it. If I were to guess, though, what remains of all their research should be scattered around you. And if I were a delicate machine that could solve climate change, I'd be deep in a lab somewhere. Anyway, I'll do my best out here. Find that machine, all right? I'm cheering you on.
A delicate machine. Something to do with climate. Ah, that sounds familiar.
that it? Oh. Now what? It's just this? Come on. Don't get too scrumbly. If it's like this, hold on. Yeah, and it should be. Okay, it still does have the same stuff on that side. Right. So, we need to do this, I think. Yeah, and then, oh, needs to be lower though. Okay, and then take a picture, and then do this. Okay, cool. Hub complete. Okay. Next.
We're heading towards the workspace of a masterful engineer. Si Leon, much like the
Let's
others,
go.
settled in quickly here. The batteries, the teleporters, that's all thanks to his handiwork. Though, he wouldn't accept
I was trying
the
to figure that out
compliment directly.
earlier. I don't know how to program games yet, so I don't know why I was even thinking.
I'm sure you'll
I
find
could
something useful here.
fathom it, but I was
One
like,
step closer to
do
solving
you
an
program a
impossible
game
question.
like this?
Right?
Okay, right away. Let's go. One tile.
Do you hear that? In my memories, I hear singing and laughing. I remember a celebration. Shall we go take a look? Well done. It's a
Thank
shame
you.
things crumble over time. Only, there's always someone here to fix it. First Si Leon, now you. Thank you.
about to be like, oh, they had a birthday here. Oh, oh. Ah, whatever. I was trying to do it
A
perfect.
birthday! That's wonderful. Gathering of friends. I love these little events. If my system memory is correct, Celion received quite a unique gift that day.
A camera.
Oh, you found it!
Absolutely.
A camera. Portable and with instant film to boot. A smart way to travel around here, and a powerful way to store data. I can't wait to see how you use this. I'd use it myself, if I had thumbs. You're a pro already.
I have a camera now. Filter select. Ooh, sure.
This camera physics thing that Mirren has proposed is going to make me nauseous. Gravity exists for a reason.
I like the warm filter camera. Well, well, that wasn't it. Can I zoom? like, don't answer the phone.
I've been waiting for you. I went ahead to search for the machine you're looking for. Most elusive indeed. Was that the only reason you came here?
Poor Dustin, doomed to bang into walls for all eternity. I can't help but laugh. Hours of entertainment packed into one lime green robot. Right. This is a reminder to patch a step climbing algorithm into his code. After I get other work done.
Oh, where is he? Did he climb? Drop Dustin off the level! No! Dustin! Okay, well, my bad, Dustin.
Hang on. Did you nick my biscuit?
Me? Steal your biscuit? What sort of accusation is that?
You did, didn't you? I can always ask Kate, you know.
Oh, right. So what if I did? It was just sitting there going uneaten.
It's not as if it could have gone cold.
Well, if you're gonna kick up a fuss, Kate, can you please run shortbread.exe for our esteemed colleague here?
Biscuit thief.
Leon was always fond of games.
Okay, whoops. Did Dodger mute the voice? No. Can you guys not hear it for some reason?
Everything keeps breaking.
You can't
You
hear
think in a
that?
simulation everything will find a way to maintain itself, but no. It's fine.
Okay.
Keeps me busy. Some peace and quiet.
Don't scare me like that, chat. Okay. Maybe we... I just saw a video where someone muted the voices in the game because they got too chatty. I haven't felt like they were too chatty. It's all felt fine to me. Oh. No, still too big. Okay. Okay. Nah. Not the most elegant way to do this, probably, but like, whatever.
Did you know that scientists have to spend years developing a method before they're often allowed to share their work? That's the beauty of the simulation. What you can achieve in a year's time can be merely a blink here. Though, that does make perfection tempting. Celia Young was often wary of that.
So they're trying to solve basically the apocalypse, right? They're trying to like solve climate change in the virtual space. And we're going through all of their virtual logs and worlds to see if they ever succeeded, I guess. Because for some reason we believe that they might have succeeded.
I'm working in Ali Wong's workspace today. I've excelled myself to the opposite end to keep the bickering to a minimum.
These might be useful.
It's quiet here, but a little sparse. I like his other builds more.
I can hear you.
Get back to work.
Fine. I won't bother you anymore. Verbally, at least.
Now we're thinking with pictures. Pet the cat.
Leung was always against the camera. He often complained that it got in the way of his work. I was always confused by that. Haraya used to tell me that making things was a part of learning.
Alright, fine. You're winning me over.
I told you it would spark ingenuity. Clearly, I have a knack for knowing the unknowable.
Yeah, mate. You're bloody brilliant. You want a medal?
Ah, no thanks. Just hearing you say that is enough of a reward for me. Wait, actually, I do need your help with something. Let me show you.
You're being cagey. Lead the way, Professor.
It was worth checking. There's got to be another bit of camera roll, right? I just need to get up there. No photos allowed. Draw hard. Oops. Lol. Two batteries here. We have one roll of film. If I take a picture of all of this and then flip it, it doesn't really do anything. Picture of that one and tried flipping it around to see if something fell off of it, but it didn't. Like this kind of a thing, isn't it? God, I was really overcomplicating that. Get me out of here. This is rad. I'm immediately too dumb, dude. Sometimes playing this game, I'm like, I am so fucking smart, and then I'll do a level and be like, I'm the dumbest man alive, you know, like, Jesus.
This one is
okay.
Quite complicated.
But we don't say mean things to ourselves, do we? We don't say mean things to ourselves. No copycats. Things only, guys. Nice things only, no whammies. Hello. Beep beep. Okay, we need... And I have no pickies again. No pickies. I know. I got an achievement that says no copycates. You can't copycate. Yay. I think Chiliang's area has been the most relatable so far. It's very like, I don't know what you want me to do, man. I live here. Sam just texted and said, "We have internet." Yeah! Let's go. Let's go. We have internet. Let's go. can take 2 pictures.
They were all so creative.
What about you, Kate? You're creative too. You're a little robot kitty, yes you are.
What do you call a melon that commits a crime? A melon felon? Yeah, I was gonna say a water felon. That doesn't work. Goodness gracious. Wait, wait, hold on. Hold. Snookaroo said I haven't watched Dodgers since coffee time in 2012. Oh my goodness, welcome. Mwah. How are you? We stream almost every day. You should come hang out. I hope you're doing well. A water felon. Good job, guys. Ooh! Please remove your shoes. I will not. These components don't exist. I'm proud of this one. Okay. So the problem is the whole thing has to be in the picture in order for it to work, right?
Brilliant.
Thanks. You always make me feel so good about myself, Kate.
I'll admit, this never gets old.
Rain!
No wonder Haraya was angry. Miran's onto something. I know it. But she's not the greatest person when dealing with others. Where's that cat? Maybe the two of them could bond over a cat pet session or something.
I have heard petting me is quite soothing. I think I could do it anytime.
It went through! Hey there! Okay, so, looking into this setup, there's clearly something wrong with the system. The deeper you go, the more the data are corrupt due to lack of upkeep. Meaning you might have to find your own exit if that's the case. I think our goals stay the same. Find the specs for the weather disruptor, get out, save the climate. All that good stuff. I'll reach out again when I can. Hope you're messing with reality in some cool ways.
Corrupted data? Yes, I have noticed over time that in the later sections of the simulation, the degradation has gotten progressively worse. But isn't that true for all things that once lived? Despite that, it's still wondrous. I hope you'll feel that way too.
Wondering if I can piece it together. It's let me piece things together before. Let me. Okay, cool. Yep. Or no? No. Wait. Oh, but if I click it? And then if I get in the right position where it looks like it's together? No. Okay. Yes. That's what it has told us so far, is that all of it needs to be in the picture. So I'm trying to figure out, like, I guess the easiest thing to do is just this, right? Just make it so I can get further away. Oops. I think I cut off part of it. Exactly one picture here. Oh my god. Right. Okay. Okay.
I pray that you've been enjoying your explorations thus far. There's many memories stored here, many impossible things. It acts as a record of sorts, much like a photo, trapped in a moment. I'm glad there's someone new to experience it.
What is locked? What have I not done? Oh, look at those.
I said my piece. Looking back, these last few sessions have been the most difficult. And the most fun I've had since I can remember. Every corner of this place is an expression of some dream one of us had. That's gonna be something, right? Kind of like a stored piece of memory. Just like Mirren's photographs.
I think that's Chi Young's voice. I think that was mislabeled. other one that I can find says it's locked. Doesn't have any power to it. That's not what it said though. It said it's locked. Oh! Missed it. I see. I see. Oops.
Was a swift one, wasn't it? Really gets your heart pumping. Well, if you have one, of course.
I feel compelled. Compelled to pet cat. Always. Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, this might start to count down. Yeah. Okay, interesting.
Is there any reason you're so reluctant to have good designs?
Whoa, sarcastic much? I enjoy good designs.
Efficiency over beauty, huh?
There is beauty in efficiency. You just have to understand it.
Ah, yeah. What a lovely way to phrase that. Very wise, Tulong.
Oh, don't you just like wish your stuff didn't look like garbage? I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just. Damn, dude. Yikes. It is a pretty game, isn't it? I agree.
Meant to be thinking out loud here, not hiding my thoughts. Time is finite. We mess with all the time in our workspaces. Thing is, we can't fool ourselves much longer. The time that runs out, we won't get back.
Your speed is impressive.
Thank you. Trying to figure out if I can like, see if I can get under it. Oops, no, far away. If I can get under it, then I can take a picture that way. First picture's fine. Oh. Trying to do that. Wait, oh my god. I'm so goofy.
I've been thinking
adding an extra step for no fucking reason. Okay. Okay, let's go. Bro.
Does this machine...
Huh? Kate! I'm sorry! I cut you off! Kate! Oh. Oh, oh no. Oh, I have no camera. Uh-oh. Things are starting to get weird. Kate, help.
It's a bit clever, isn't it? Celia Young was always
Fond of games. Sorry, I shouldn't have cut you off.
This is a disaster. I need to speak with Miriam before this gets any worse. Where has she been anyway? She's so busy with her work, I haven't seen her outside her space in a while. I'll give her a call. This can't go on.
Everybody in our, like... Everybody in the farm chat is like, oh my god, working internet. What kind of world is this? Like, just so excited. Oh. Oh! That was cool. That was cool. Over and over again, expecting different results. Telling me to go around objects here, but there aren't objects in that shape. Oh my goodness. I like that in the game they established that Chi Leong didn't like the camera. So you get the camera and you get really reliant on it. And then it's like, no, but these were like the games that he made that he thought were really fun and interesting. And no, you may not use a camera. You dick. What's the point of taking a picture of that? Okay, you can do this first. No! Why? This bitch. What?
Well done with that.
I have
Don't
no
you
idea
find
what
it
happened.
fascinating?
I don't know
solutions
why
our
I got
minds
that
can
one.
cultivate when given the space and motivation. They might not always be perfect, but they are special.
Okay, does he not have... Do they not have a challenge?
The machine you're looking for. Is that the only chance you have? The only solution your mind has decided upon? Huh. Then there's only forward, isn't there?
Up completed. Oh, okay.
Mirren's workspace awaits.
Glitch.
She's rather special.
How did you do
The
that?
one
That
who
wasn't supposed to
started all
happen.
of this, with good intentions no
Dabs.
less. She even made me, and for that I will
Yeah,
always
speedrunners,
be
take
thankful.
note.
Even though she... Well, she really loved this place.
I have played Boltgun, yeah. It was fun. Oh, very different vibe here.
It's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mirren was passionate about her
Yeah.
studies.
There's more filters here. Oh, nope. Yike. I don't like any of those. Yeah, this.
I'm rather fond of this structure. It makes me feel tall. Higher and higher we go. Those structures back there, they eluded Mirren. Unusual things, but useful in their own way. I wonder how you'll navigate them.
I've been staring at the wall for hours. It's quite beautiful in the way that it imposes upon the sky. If you know where to look, you can already see that there will come a day when the blue skies we take for granted are gone, replaced by some other darker color. I know it in my heart of hearts. But there's something hopeful about that purple.
Oops.
At the very least, it's not red.
Interesting. Purple things can't be picked up by the camera. That's why I couldn't just take a picture of that battery. So I was like, obviously the solution can't be just taking a picture of this battery because
You figured it out! Mirren would have been impressed.
okay. I didn't beat the infection, I transformed it, making the violet work for me in ways that will change everything. I've spent days playing with it, like I did the first block set Mom gave me as a child. The kinematics of what I've created are mind-blowing. I've always told myself that people will only flock to you once your work truly pushes the boundaries of what they think is possible. With the violet, we can do that, and more. We can show them how to build new realities with a substance that breathes like a living organism, replicates with all the elegant momentum of a machine, but doesn't destroy unless we want it to. I have to do big things with the violet. It's too monumental of a discovery not to put it to good use. Okay.
I need that.
Wait, but all of this is purple, right? How am I supposed to use this? To get to something? To get up here? Where should I get to?
I wonder how we're gonna reach that teleporter. Ah, there it is. Another brilliant workaround.
Okay.
Where's that ringing coming from?
You made it! I'm so happy. Nice work. You're near the end of this wild maze. At least, as far as I can tell. The weather disruptor must be around here somewhere. It's Mirren's life work, right? She must have stashed it away. Find it, and let's get you out of there.
The weather disruptor. Mirren's life's work. I see. Mirren and the others developed a lot of potential solutions for your current climate worries. I'm sure one will be useful. Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure you noticed by now, but using film was always Mirren's idea. One of her many passions.
Whew!
Mirren always loved her research corners.
This poor, like, robot cat. It doesn't... It's not that the cat seems lonely. Although when it saw us, it was like, oh, someone to talk to. But, like... This little robot cat has, like, fond memories of all the people that were here. And we don't really have a good gauge of, like, how long ago they developed all of this. Like, how long this cat's been on its own.
All this work. I see now that it's only part of this mission. What we need is a grounded catalyst that can place full control over the atmosphere directly into our hands. A machine to offset the RISE project's nitrogen emissions. The missing piece of the puzzle that will bolster the architecture's weaknesses. Kate, can you archive this batch of results? I've a brilliant idea that I need to diagram.
If I take a picture of this, it's not going to do anything, right? Yeah, it's just a picture of nothing. But is that okay? No. So how would I get in here then? Because the puzzles up to now have been like, get rid of the purple by using the not purple. But everything's purple. Cat. I see. Oops. Too close. Oh, shit. Nice. Oh. No, not today.
Okay, I do have a first build. I can't say that I'm happy with how it's turned out, but it is a start. That counts for something. Okay, I'll run the test just to have the data. After that's done, we'll leave this workspace behind and begin again.
Okay, where is battery? Okay. So we have to make it so the floor falls out, I think. But we need something here to catch it. I know we just took a break, but I really need to pee. It's 2:30. Sorry, can we take another just like really quick break?
Just a really quick one, please.
Do you have the audio here? No, you don't. What? Hey. What's happening here? Copy. Why not? Okay, well, we'll play some Spotify music then. I'll be right back. Hello. We're back in, baby. Got half an hour left of this shit. So let's see how far we can get. All right. What the fuck are we doing? Right. Right, I remember now. Okay, we got this bitch. Now we're trying to get him over here. I mean, do we just do this? Again?
Well done. I was wondering how you would tackle this solution.
Stuck. Check the pause menu. I'm good right now. Thank you, though. Oh.
Wonderful solution. True freedom.
Sorry, Kate.
I've been pondering about your search. I'm wondering, this weather disruptor? I know of it. If I'm right, then you're not too far away. Tell me, is this your solution to heal the world?
Yes.
Onwards and upwards.
All right. Heading up, baby. Think.
It's brilliant. A great way to communicate.
And it's interesting, that's for sure.
Aha, does this mean when I practice my guitar, you'll be able to give it a listen?
Let's not push it, all right?
Away.
Sound is such a funny thing. Mirren shared with me that it travels faster than light.
because I can't move that. Here we go.
Everyone deserves to have a bit of fun, even in the throes of work.
Actually, the answer was there right under my nose. If I hadn't pressed Alliang to get the signal working, I might have kept going round and round in pointless circles for who knows how long. Another reminder to trust my instincts. They're rarely, if ever, wrong. I was like, it is called Scream or something, right? Oh, wait.
A beat that just makes you want to get up and dance. And also power a teleport out of here.
Sure.
Good to hear from you, bud. You've got to be close now. It must be coming up. Man, I wonder why they abandoned this place. Everything has been so bizarre. Well, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Go for gold.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out.
Yes, Baron's final project. I had nearly forgotten. I think... Never mind. You still have some way to go. Let's carry on.
Okay, I was right.
This has to be it. The rods work to absorb weather conditions. The electronic output stimulates carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen molecules in the air, assisting to promote rain or snow. Oh, it's nearly perfect. Haraya didn't believe I could get this far. Even Alueng doubted me. I just need a few more tests. Just a few more.
I'm concerned. I'm concerned. What goes wrong with all this shit? dead end. Reimagine the equation. See if I could. Okay. No, this will work though. Hold on. I just need to angle it different. Nice.
I'm out of film.
Okay. Okay, so we find that picture. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, that might work. And then oh fuck. Right, of course. I forgore. all perps and blues, which means I can't take a picture of it. I have to get the sound over here. Right, got it. Get me out of here! Photocopier in a while. Okay.
weather is truly a fickle thing. The climate can impact every living and non-living thing. Impossible questions and impossible solutions. The hold it can have on someone. May I ask you a question? Maren often proposed to herself. Tell me, how does one heal the world?
Bro, I wish I knew. I thought I was clever, but I don't have enough film to do that, do I? Packet of film. I can't grab that one. So I have to somehow make 4 batteries in there, take a picture of them, and then have them out here. That's it. That's it. Oh my god. Okay. No! Yay.
Weather is
Unlocked a new
truly a
camera filter.
fickle thing. The climate can impact every living and non-living thing. Impossible questions and impossible. So my initial thought, sorry, I'm not like talking through stuff. My initial thought was like that you are probably supposed to like create an optical illusion here where this all looks like one long bit and then you take a picture and then you use that. But it won't let me back up enough for that. And if I go up, it destroys the optical illusion, right? So that doesn't work either. It won't even let me go back far enough to get rid of this gap. Chat's just chilling. We're playing a chill game, so chat's chilling. Chat chilling. I can only take one picture, so it's like
should have been something there, though. Because that makes, like, the perspective and everything. Ah! No, crouching isn't a thing. I know it doesn't automatically, like, foreshorten things or anything like that. I'm, like, basically at the end of the game. I know that. I'm just trying shit. But then it's gonna, like, get rid of all of that, too. I don't want it to. Yeah. There's something there, though, maybe. Ah, shit. She'll laugh when she figures out how simple it is. I mean, it is a challenge level, to be fair. I don't feel that stupid, okay? This is the one I was stuck on the longest. I have no clue. Okay, see? Don't make it sound like it's easy. Oops. Put them right next to each other by accident. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do it, but here we are. Rainbow filter. Say less. That is ugly. Oh my god! I'll keep one, thank you.
Weather is truly a fickle thing. The climate can impact every living and non-living
You
thing.
wanna loot, buddy? You stuck in a loop,
Questions.
buddy? Battery. Batteries do we need? Just the one? Let's go. Oops. Yeah, keep myself back. Okay, let me just grab this battery. Hey, hey, let me in! Okay, grab this, put it here, and then great. Yeah, there's one level really early on that sort of explores the idea of degradation. But it's for like a story thing. Why does this person have pictures of Alucard everywhere? Thanks. Oh.
Hey, another voicemail. It's getting harder and harder to reach you. I hope you're doing well. I've been doing my best to track your movements. It's
Go
been
on, sorry.
difficult, though. Possibly some sort of error on my part. I'm going to reach out again soon. Try to answer next time, if you can. Despite this mess, I know you'll be fine.
That's not what your subtitle said. The Soundwave experiments have done my head in. I know there's a way to make it work, but I'm beginning to understand why my brain infuriates the others. I can't blame them for losing patience with me when I can feel my own starting to unravel. I need a change in perspective, a new way to view the same problem I've been toiling with for how long has it been? I don't know. It's all blurring together now. If only everything could be as easy as screwing on a new camera lens filter. Some days all I can do is walk around and around in circles, through frame after frame, hoping to discover what I'm missing. I can feel it on the tip of my tongue. It's there, the solution. I just need to see it. Okay. In about 10 minutes, start yelling at me, okay? Oh my god. Okay. Negative. That's the one we need to get through there. Okay. Oh, and then I have to go back through here with it in order to get back through here.
You did it!
Okay, interesting. Okay, if I go through there, I won't have the bridge anymore. I'll just have to jump down and go around. Let's see if I can.
Scattered thoughts can be a messy thing.
Kate, do you think this is messy? I'm just curious. Do you think this is messy, Kate?
Magnificent athletic feat. And with a cat's grace at that.
I like that the cat never changes. Cats. Cats never change. Okay.
You've done well. Traversing this maze of memories and forgotten wonder. I hope your experience has been pleasant so far. To me, it's been wonderful.
Wait, why are you different now?
Isn't making it this far enough? Haven't you gained all the knowledge this place has to offer?
Oh, okay.
This
Why don't you want me
was
to
her
see
life's
this?
work, and it's meaningful. But it's not right. Not in the way you want.
He doesn't want us to see it. Why
Please.
not?
There's a burden in knowing. One you
Oh,
needn't
he looks
feel.
sad. Is it just a gun? She's like, you know what? I know how to fix everything. A gun. Just like everybody else, they're getting really frustrated with me, and I totally get why. The gun needs to be bigger. Sorry, I'm sorry.
It'll only be painful.
We're gonna kill the weather. We're gonna shoot the weather. This is how we win.
It didn't work. It never worked. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Mirren, they were all supposed to find the answer.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
This isn't it. It can't be. The solution, it all made sense. The formula, the structure, this should have solved all our problems. This should have been the answer. I need this to be the answer. Why? Why isn't this working? I can't give up.
Oh. Come on, game.
I'm sorry. When I realized what you were looking for, I didn't have the heart to tell you. An impossible solution for an impossible question. Mirren was... She was crushed. They all were. I didn't want you to have to feel as they felt. It's a painful burden, knowing.
I know, it's 3:30. I know. Stop. Oh my god, the game is really wigging out. Even the game wants me to leave. It's for putting the watermelon in. Okay, I guess, okay. Well, it feels like we're at the end of the game, but I have to go pick up my kid, so. It's all right. We'll finish it tomorrow. We'll finish it tomorrow. It's fine. There's a burden in knowing or something. Yeah. Knowledge is power and also pain. You know, that old chestnut. That's been a really cool game. I've enjoyed that game a lot. Man, if I had just stopped talking earlier, we probably could have finished it before I left. That's okay, though. It's all right. We'll do it tomorrow. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm reading stuff off. We had a Valentine from Nerofen that says, thanks to Dodger and chat for being another small island of stability and calm in a time of great turmoil and uncertainty in my life and the lives of my loved ones. Big hugs, Nerofen. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry you're having such a rough time. We've got Raid Leader open if anybody would like to snag it. And you have probably around an hour left. Oh, fantastic. Great. I feel less like that then. 2 days ago, too far. Too far. Yesterday, still too far. Okay. Dinodax, thank you for the 50 months. Megatron for the 80. Peachy Goat for the 10. Amici for the 53. Unnamed Trans Girl for the 35. Ian Dentify for the 3 years. Again, thank you very much for the 3 years. Happy anniversary. Itany for the 9. Happy Twitch baby. Raving Sock Monkey for the 9 as well. Happy Twitch baby. So many babies in chat. Ever Zephyr for the 32. And Chiyuku for the gifted sub. Thank you very much, everybody. Kikoskia. They're not live. You redeemed it, but they're not live right now. I will give your points back. And instead, let's see. Many widow babies in chat. So many widow babies. Okay, we'll give you a freebie then, Equinox Phoenix. What's the name of the cat cafe? Full government Twitch name. Nukomaru 2020. All right, let's see. They just went offline. Gotcha. It's all good. Are you sure that's their name? Twitch.tv/Nukomaru2020 takes me to a non-existent channel. Are you positive? That's their government Twitch name? What a cursed raid time. Nukomaro. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Let's try again. Hey, we did it. Okay. Fantastic. It's all good. We got there in the end. All right. It's a cat cafe. Go have fun. Spread love, spread joy, etc. I'm going to go get my kid. I will see you guys tomorrow. I still haven't heard back about Friend Zone, but once I have that locked in, I will write down who it is and we'll finish up this game tomorrow. Okay? Take care of yourselves, everybody. Bye-bye.